Woo, friends and enemies. Woo. Woo, friends and enemies. Woo. Friends and enemies. Let me go ahead and fix this. There we go. Okay. So as you can see, Mini-Me is back! Woo, everyone! Woo! So, we are going to be playing Elden Ring on PS4. So, here we go. Connect the controller. As you can see, we are right where we left off last time. I am going to reallocate my flasks to 3 and 3 again, just in case I need to heal. You never know. I made it further, though! Odds of me reclaiming those runes! Slim to none! Welcome to the madness that is Elden Ring! I am a filthy casual, playing one of the toughest games of the year. And hence why this is called Filthy Casual Fridays. We are hoping to eventually have Rain Red in stream to help us with this, but since she's not here, okay. Okay, no spawnable drops. Quickly pick up my runes again. So it didn't... Shit. Oh, God. Curse you, birds with swords for claws! Curse you! Curse you! Okay. I'm gonna turn streamer mode on real quick, just to be on the safe side. Okay. Streamer mode on Discord is up. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and... live and in stream VC. Okay. Sorry, I'm having to type this out. So yeah, Mini-Me's back. I'm gonna also send this to Dante and see if he is able to join us at some point while we're live. Okay. Copy. Me being this early is not going to be a regular thing, I promise. There we go. Okay. I have taken care of all of my due diligences. I did not share the stream to every social media site like I was supposed to, but... there we go. Wasted fewer castings. There is a burb there. And I'm willing to bet there's a burb somewhere close by, which is why there wound up being two, and I wasn't expecting it. Oh, there's the other burb. Here, pretty bird. Pillaging the corpse. Yeah. Okay. And now... Caught the bird in a barrel. Ah! Died right in the doorway. Ah, okay. How woo. How woo. Ah. Okay. That bird is smarter than the other two. Note made. Okay. Alrighty. Let's try this again, shall we? Bird 1. Bird 2. Okay. Gonna heal. Gonna replenish my mana. Just out of range here. If I step here, though... Am I in range now? There we go. Okay. Okay. So this is where they were pulling all those extra exploding barrels out of. It wasn't just the game designer pulling stuff out of their ass. Oh! Pillage the corpse. Pillage these remains here. Okay, so that's a dead end. We know that now. There's a dead body here, I'm assuming killed by those giant burbs we just killed. Okay, this is further than we've ever been. Looks like there's a bell tower here. Huh. You can hear the soldiers. Okay. Is there a way into this tower? There is not. Guess the only way through is down, as they always say. But let's check that, shall we? Inventory. We should have a few rainbow stones. Oh, crap. I wasn't close enough to the edge. Okay, so as you can see, it glows green if it's safe to fall. So... Let's drop another one. Yep, safe to fall. This set of stairs is not climbable. Got to be prepared for an enemy around any corner. Literally, any corner. I don't know what that symbol means. That just popped up on the left.
Ah, nice to meet you. I'm looking for a little something here in the castle. When I'm not hot-footing it from the troops, that is. But enough about me. What are you doing here in Stormvale Castle? This place is bristling with tarnished hunters, you know. They sacrifice our kind for grafting. Not exactly a place I'd stroll into without a purpose in mind. I see. Here to challenge Godric and lay your hands upon a great rune, are you? You can see it then, I take it. The guidance of grace. Well, enjoy it while you can. I'm tarnished, like you. But unlike you, I've seen neither hide nor hair of this guidance for the longest time. Still, I won't forget how it felt when I first came here, to the lands between. I'm privy to a few magical battle arts. Would you care to learn one? As a fellow tarnished, once guided by grace, I'd love to help you out, if it please.
We already have that. Ash of War? Oh! These are Ashes of War where it gives the weapons the magical affinities. Okay. Looks like I have to grind a bit, though, in order to afford them. Oh, crap. Lost all my runes right there. Oof. 808 runes. So close. Okay. So the runes do not spawn in the exact spot you died every single time. We just learned that. We're working on trying to figure this out. Okay. First up, let's kill the burbs. Wrong spell. Whew, okay. Gotta be a bit more careful, and a bit more choosy about when I cast. I need to lock on to the burb, get closer to the burb. Lock on to burb. crap. Okay. We gotta remember there's a burb on the other side of those exploding barrels. And we need to avoid getting in range with said burb. Because they might drop burning something. Okay. So it did this time on the exact spot I died. Okay. So I need to make sure I... wait until they get out of range. Not quite back up where we were. Let's see if there are easier soldiers this way. No. So it's just those two, and both are on the same path. What if I avoid the soldiers entirely? Back up to the top. So that's what the ladder is over here. Okay. So I'm gonna go back and kill this burb. That's over here. Just gotta be careful to trigger the burb's reaction without... There we go. We're 958 runes. Now, we just got to do this a few more times, and we'll be able to afford the Ash of War that gives our sword the ability to use Glintstone Pebble. I think is what that Mystic Art of War thing they were talking about was. So let's rest. And rest. Ah, crap. Ugh. Okay, try this again. Oh, whoa. I am not going to be defeated by these birds. I I am not going to be defeated by these birds. Ugh. Try this again. Stay locked onto the bird. And now. Damn it. Diminishing returns. Phew. Okay. Maybe just kill one burb over and over and over again. Instead of getting greedy. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, so during their flinch animation, they are immune to damage. Noted. That works. Remember to get close, and then inch closer. Okay. So 144 runes, roughly. So I just need to do this a few more times. It is a war of attrition with the burbs. Okay. Fire once. Fire twice. Lock on to one. One. 1, 2, 3. Lock on to 2. 1. One. 2. Ah. Yay, I have enough. I think. One more round just to make sure. Rest at the side of grace. And do it again. actually. I'm going to go ahead and rest at Site of Grace and close and save and restart with multiplayer turned on. Okay. First pedestal can take out the first burb, but second pedestal can take out both. 1, 2, 3. What the actual heck? Ah! Defeated by the burbs. Again! Ah, woo! Ah! Just, Okay, trying again. This game is fun. Just the wrong kind of fun. It gets you thinking strategically, and then it throws a curveball at you like that. Okay. Oh, shit! I forgot! Run. I see a lot of people got killed right there. Bloop. Okay, so the multiplayer stuff did load in. So, let's actually see what someone has said here recently. Bird. Haha! Good. Yes. I have given it praise. Let's watch how some other people have died, shall we? They tried to jump all the way down and fell. Okay. That's how that one died. This one died. Oh, wait, this one tried jumping there. Okay. Died 3 times trying to jump off this. Talisman ahead. I will appraise it. Just for the sake of doing so. Behold, dog. I'm going to disparage that message. One, 2, 3. Alright. I can actually pillage this one. Yay! Not a total loss. Huh. Okay. First step. Not going to the second step, going to the first step. And then giving it 1, 2, 3. Now going to the second step. Huh. Retrieving lost runes. Not quite enough. So yeah, I'll go ahead and kill the next burb. And then I'm going to go... Because when you die, as you can see, you don't quite regain everything you lost. And yes, I know this is a trap. Be wary of bird. Yes, thank you. You know what? I'm gonna kill these 3 birds one more time. I know I'm getting greedy. I know every time I get greedy, I die. But I'm gonna try. Okay? I just want to make sure I have enough before I go to the merchant and start buying shit. Kill the birds again. Okay. Where's that? First step. Close enough. 1, 2, 3. Oh, every time I get greedy. Ah. And I just lost all my progress. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm going to sip some caffeine. Take a deep breath. It is not me that is the problem. It is the birds. The birds must die. Urgh. Okay. Going again. Okay. I only have 167 runes now. Okay. 363. Is there any spot that I can farm easy bad guys that aren't the birds? Yes, there is one. There is but the one. Huh. But this is an easy 461. Plus however many I... Sorry, minus however many I regained. So... let's open the map. Stormvale Cliffside. This one, you may recognize this from a few streams ago. Several streams ago. This is... the... I have to try to pick them off before the person carrying the horn realizes I'm there. And then a soldier comes to check it out. Okay. Then I snipe this one so it can't follow me from behind. Kill one zombie. Kill the other zombie. Okay. See, that wasn't so hard. Now to try to remember how to get back up to that site of grace. Go this way. Be wary of left. There. Easy to fall off, I'm assuming. Okay. Okay. Hidden zombies everywhere, I swear. Okay.
Rubbish. Another one, all skin and bones. Worse than a petty squire. Ah, not a muscle on this one either.
Try to keep moving. Okay. The minute he turns his back. Grace ahead. Why is it always... Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow, Dragon! Hi! Appreciate it. Alright, let's go ahead and... just finish resting. How many runes do we have? I think we have enough for something from that shopkeeper that we found inside the temple. We just gotta survive the birds! This game is driving me mad. But in a good way. I mean, I see why they recommend you have someone walk you through it. But yeah, as soon as I finish dealing with these birds, I should have more than enough for at least one. Okay, pillage this corpse. Whoops. Accidentally expended one too many castings. Okay, so there's one burb left. Ah! Whew! Yep, we now have enough to purchase that first item. Boop! Burbs! Yes! Burbs! Burbs with swords! For claws! Burbs! Ah! These burbs, I swear. Yeah, there was an item ahead. We already got it. Alright, let's go to the shopkeeper.
Oh, hello there. Stopping by to learn a battle art or two.
Learn skill. Ash of War, Glintstone Pebble. Usable on swords. So, yes. Okay, so we need to get 1,000 for Spinning Weapon, and 2,500 for the Carrion Greatsword. Okay. So, let's zap ourselves to the site of grace we've been using for grinding. You need to get back into Elden Ring. Oh, that is fair and valid. Like, Elden Ring is fun. It's a nightmare, but it's fun. Like, I love this game. Alright. Let's see here. Whoops! Yikes! Get to the side of grace! Dodge roll! Dodge roll! I got too close too fast. Take a look at what greed gets you, folks. Okay. Ashes of War. Hi. Hello, Heavy Greatsword. Would you like to have Glintstone Pebble? I don't know what exactly it does, but I'm fairly certain I'll find a tutorial eventually. And then back up. He rushes to check. Okay. Saved. Just in the nick of time. I'm actually going to leave a message right here, too. Templates. Enemies. Sentry ahead. Okay. Okay. Cerulean Tears. Then prepare to dodge. I am trying to trick them into throwing shit at the exploding barrels. Ah! Yes. There we go. And now from a safe distance, target. Then move here. Kill this one. Try not to fall. Climb. I need to remember there is a hidden foe to the left that we just ran into last time. Alright. Okay. Okay. Stay hidden. I am not skilled enough to take that foe on. Wait until he's walked past the stairs. Then... Whew. Okay. And now to try to kill the burbs again! One. Two. Whew. That was close. Okay. Okay. First pedestal. Stand here. Lock. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Flask of Crimson Tears. Flask of Cerulean Tears. Stand behind these barrels. And 1, 2. Okay. Now this other burb over here. accidentally killed himself. Okay. That is a mood. The poor burb. He was just trying to get me for his last meal. I mean... Okay. And down. Huh.
Oh, hello there. Good to see you safe.
Learn skill. I want to talk a little
The art
bit.
you've learned is of the Glintstone family. They were conceived at the Great Academy of Rea Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
Huh. So let's head back to the grinding spot. It's funny when that happens in games. Yes, absolutely, Dragon. 100%. Full agreement on that. Okay, here we go again. Lock. Sprint. Ah! Okay. Note to self. Note to self, don't get that close to the sentry. Note to self, swing, swing, swing with the sword. I need to remember how to use the shield. I really need to remember how to use the shield. Oh, God. I just remembered how to dodge and sprint a little bit ago, and it's like, oh, why? Okay. Shield bashes. That. That's shield. Okay. Okay. Damn it, he saw me. Rest. Okay. Try again. Shit! Shit, 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 shit. Try again. Is it just me, or is the AI getting smarter? Nah, it's probably just me. I'm probably just still bad at this game, because I'm a filthy casual. Feel free to join me every Friday for this game, except for the Fridays I take off due to personal reasons, or in the event work winds up being far too stressful. Okay. Turning and going the other way. Right. Next. Kill one zombie. Kill other zombie. Refill mana pool. Now stand a safe distance away. Okay. I'm actually going to kill the bad guy that's down here, actually. That's a little bit more to add to the pool. Yay, more runes! Yay, more runes! Okay. And then the one that's standing guard up top here. Get here. There we go. That one's dead. Okay. We are going to get hit for some hit points up here from the one on the left. But before we do that, I'm going to kill the one across the way, because I realized I forgot to do that last time. Okay. Go. And then... Okay. Okay. A woo. We've got some runes. Now keep an eye on that soldier. Stand back here. Yeah, I already rated that good. Okay. Let's see here. Wait until he turns around and passes the staircase. And go up one flight of stairs and sprint! Rest. Okay, now to kill the burbs again. Burbs. Okay. Stand here. Now stand here. Yeah. I don't think that was quite enough. So, we're probably gonna have to go back. Burb Spring Trap. This time Burb survived. Shit, 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 shit. Gah! Died to Burb! Gotta bounce but have fun. Hey, thank you for hopping in, Dragon. Appreciate the interaction. It kind of livens the place up. I'm trying to be an entertainer, but it's always good to see a friend. So. Okay. With that, out for revenge against the burbs. Sorry. Not apologizing to the burbs, apologizing to myself. Okay. Lock. Yeah. Only got a few of those back. But we do know we do not have enough, and will not have enough. So, let's immediately warp back to the start of the grinding route. And go again. As you can tell, this game has replayability. But at what cost? Okay. Up. Lock. Sprint. Here. And back up. Wait on that one soldier to check to see why the other guy hasn't come back. Kill this guy again. And then this guy underneath the stairs. Double check to make sure there isn't anything under the stairs that I need to be concerned about. Because of course there isn't, but I just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay. Now for these dum-dums. Climb. Oh, gods! I fell off the edge. Ah! Ah! Oh, boy. Awu? Hello?
What?
Hey, morning, Dante.
Hello.
Hello. It's an Elden Ring stream day.
Oh, that was good. Also, sorry that I didn't see the ad on Wednesday. I was it
Yeah.
because I have D&D on, I'm not able to see the ad right away.
Yeah. Do Not Disturb does that sometimes.
Yeah, I'm just more used to like people just DMing me being like, "Hey, get your ass in here." I'm like, okay.
Okay. Killed before he had a chance to alert the others. And...
Oh, fun! There's gonna
okay.
be a heat wave in my area.
You're in the middle of a heat wave?
Well, it was gonna be a heat wave, but then the fucking caution thing went away.
Fair. Fair. Okay. Crap.
Oh, my Lucifer pendant came in, by the way.
Ooh,
On
congrats.
on
How
Monday.
is Bagel Boy doing?
Oh god.
I am never going to let you live that down. And
Hold on. Hold on. I just wanted to tell you. I could feel him. You know that slow fucking head turn where your eyes are squinting and your mouth is agape open?
yeah.
He fucking did that. Hey, it's not my fault you decided to throw bagels off my microwave, fucker.
Ah.
I don't want to hear the excuse.
Ah.
Be a pissy man, I don't care.
Okay. So I'm almost to the point where I lost my runes. Almost. Climb. Maybe taking that tiny hit point cost is worth not getting stabbed in the back and not being able to respond and falling off the cliff. Ow, woo. So, let's measure our losses.
But to answer your question, he's doing just jolly. He's just being his good old bagel throwing self.
Okay. See, there's that guy right there, but I can't target him. So, I'm gonna go ahead and... Flask of Cerulean Tears here. Flask of Crimson Tears here. And... take the... opportunity to smack him point blank with 2 spells. And then... his friendo here. Right in the back. I think I have more than enough runes. So I'm gonna try to avoid the birds! I'm just gonna try to sprint right past the birds!
Avoid the flying obstacles of death.
Yeah, the birds! With swords for claws. I mean, come on! Really?
Swords?
Swords!
Like actual swords.
Yeah!
What? Oh.
Yeah. If you want to tune into the stream, you're gonna watch me try to... Actually, no, I'll just kill them. But yeah, like, if you want to tune into the stream, like, feel free.
I would, but laptop go die.
Yeah, laptop go die. Oh.
I can't wait to get a fucking new one. As soon as I get a new one, I am so fucking downloading, all the Steam games I fucking played a lot, which was Smite and TF2 and League. Even though that's not on Steam necessarily.
You played League?
I play League. I play, right now I play League Rift on the phone because it's the same fucking game, just mobile.
Killed by a bird right next to a site of grace! Come on, really? Really? Awoo! Angry Awoos! Angry! Ah.
But yeah, I played League, and I was actually really glad to know that the League of Legends Rift for the phone is actually just League on mobile.
Awoo.
Yeah, and they're still releasing a lot more of the characters from League, but so far they recently released that one magical cat character, and I forgot who else, but I know like a lot of the good ones are there, aside from Kindred, who sadly isn't there yet, and Warwick. And
Gotcha. Okay.
I think
General rule: kill the burbs from a safe distance.
I learned the lesson. I learned that lesson from Dragon's Dogma when it came to the Harpies.
Have you is Dragon's Dogma a Souls game?
Well, people say it's okay. People say Dragon's Dogma, specifically Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen, because that's the complete version of it. They have one where it's sort of the complete version, but this one has like a lot more features. It's a DLC one as well, but still it's worth it. But Dragon's Dogma, people say, is a combination or amalgamation of Skyrim, Dark Souls, and Shadow of Colossus. And the reason why they say, because Skyrim, because of how, adventuring is and open world and all that stuff. Dark Souls, because of how difficult it is if you play it on normal, and that's if you get the non-Dark Arisen version, where you don't have difficulty options aside from just choosing very hard for it. For Shadow of Colossus, you can actually climb the big creatures and hit them where you're climbing on them.
Okay, let's see how far off I am from that next Ash of War. Okay, here's the merchant.
They have a lot of interesting monsters in it, like griffins, cockatrice. They do something interesting
So
with the
close.
cockatrice, actually.
Really?
Yeah, instead of it having a serpent body, they basically gave it, like, of course, a sickly, bald chicken head, of course, but they gave it a black leopard or panther or black lion body.
Fascinating.
So it's like a cockatrice griffin, basically.
I think I'm just going to spam kill birds. Because
Do it.
fucking birds. The birds have been my biggest struggle in this entire game.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Huh.
apologies if it's not Elden Ring related and still on Dragon's Dogma, but...
No,
There's
it's perfectly fine, perfectly fine. This is a safe space to discuss nerd interests of all kinds.
It's like one of my favorite frickin' games of all time. There is a class that, I think you can... Yeah, so the way they also do the classes, you start off with the basic classes, but as soon as you get to a main city, which is what one of the quests is to do, to proceed through the story, you can actually change your class, or what they call your, vocation. They call it a vocation. You can change it anytime at this inn, only in that city, or pretty much, I think you can change anything else, but I know you can just change it in that one city.
Run! Run, 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 run!
Run, Forrest, run.
Fucking birds! Fucking birds! I hate these fucking birds!
That's Dark Souls for you.
Yeah. And I know this is a Dark Souls light, but god fucking damn it. Okay, it's flying back to where it normally spawns. And now coming in for round 2!
Oh, yeah,
Gotcha! Ooh! Yes!
Now I remember what I was going to mention. There's actually a vocation that's a very OP one, actually, in Dragon's Dogma.
Really?
Or one I consider OP. It's a Mystic Archer, and here's why. Mystic Archer, you're able to, instead of normal arrows, you shoot magical arrows that come in a quality of elements like electrical, light, dark, fire, and ice. Those are the elements that are available to you. But not only that,
Hello there.
I call it a jack of all trades in a way, because not only are you able to use a bow, but you can use a mystical mage's staff too, and use spells from that too. And you can also use daggers, so basically you can use range, magic, and physical attacks. Even your physical attacks can be magical, and it's a very, very OP freaking vocation, because there's this one ability where you can hold down, it's a charge ability, and a barrage of arrows just attack like multiple creatures, like heat seeking on them too. And it gets crazier when you upgrade each ability in that vocation.
Okay.
Yeah, the music from the game is beautiful. I'll show you one of the soundtracks that they have. The bosses. Okay, Jonas, have you ever played Skyrim before?
Yes.
Okay, you know the dragons in that?
Uh-huh.
They're puppies compared to Grigory in Dragon's Dogma.
Oh, wonderful! Considering
Grigory
I've never
is
actually...
big.
Considering I've never actually beaten Be Wary of Strong Foe. Got it. Got it. Noted. I'm just gonna... Because I went this way before.
Grigory big. After the stream, I'll actually show you what he looks like.
I'm going to actually do some stuff at the Site of Grace. I just got to sneak past these strong foes over here.
Gotta pull a sneaky cheeky.
Yeah, because there's like a... There's a ladder right there that goes right back up to the landing. Gotta stay behind. Gotta stay behind. Whole bunch of bloodstains right here. Unfortunately, it's not a strong enough foe to summon my good Awus. Because I have good Awus as a summon. Got good Awus and a jellyfish. But, be wary of jumping! Yeah! Yeah, I've noticed! It's a real who's who of who actually can survive that. Almost no one. Heading back up to this Site of Grace, and then I'll have to kill the burbs again. But, if I kill the burbs... Site of Grace. Let's go ahead and change our loadout. Memorize spells. Replacing Carrion Slicer with... Glintstone Arc. And replacing Glintstone Pebble with Glintstone Stars. Okay. Ooh, that makes things so much easier. Okay. Okay. Ah, got killed right here. Ah, again. No. Curse you, burbs. Okay, Glintstone Stars is good. It's good, but not great. Oh. Okay. So I'm gonna replace it with the one that I know does more damage. At least I've got Glintstone Arc back, because that helps. Rested Site of Grace. Okay. So Sites of Grace in Elden Ring are basically the same as bonfires in Dark Souls, from what I've been told. With a few major differences. Allocate flash charges. 4 for mana. Okay. Then I need to change out my spell loadout. Refresh my memory on Glintstone Pebble. Okay. 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 Not gonna bother killing the other bird in the corner. Because I already know he doesn't attack us. Okay. Switching to Glintstone Arc. Refilling my mana pool. Hoping they don't see me for the moment. Sprint. Switching to Glintstone Pebble. Ah, got him. Whew. See if there's anything I missed along the path. Nope. Just a path. Okay. Flask of Cerulean Tears. Mana back at full. Time for tranquility. Oh no. Okay. There is monster on the other side of the door, methinks. Oh no, it's just a an apparition of a parallel world. Okay. 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 No soldiers trying to kill me around this corner. Big guy with halberd that way. Nope. Okay, so that hits there. So I've got to try to sneak past that guard there somehow. Because I'm down to my left. Oh, I have 2 flasks left. Yikes! Oh, shit! Oh! Okay. Whew! Ow! Hey, Red. You there?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
So I got all 3 of the Ashes of War that were available in the chapel. Problem, I just got killed. So,
You were on the right track.
yeah. Yeah.
That's why that's
Oh,
actually
shit!
why
Shit! Ah! Shit! 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 Well, there it went. If you stand close enough to the railing, your wand will glitch through and hit, you said?
Yeah, by that stuck with basically the massive dining hall. For a monster that works downstairs, it's how I took it out. If you stand close enough to the railing,
Okay.
just lock onto that monster, and then cast. If you are lucky, then your wand will actually just glitch through the railing and just your spell will hit.
Okay. And that's like a big monster with lots of runes? I will.
It's the same thing that killed you in the beginning of the game. That's the same monster.
I hate these birds. Have I ever mentioned how much I hate these birds?
I actually, for going to the boss, I would actually go the long way around. Because it was less annoying than going past the birds.
Oh, God. So how's the long way around?
Oh! Oh yeah, that chances are you haven't seen the long way around.
Yeah! Yeah, chances
Uh,
are.
It requires a bit of rooftop top parkour. Just a
Oh,
bit.
God. Jumping puzzles.
It's not a jumping puzzle, it's actually pretty clear where you have to go.
Okay. Hey.
But it's a bit difficult to explain how to do it.
Now for the third burb. 1, 2. Okay.
Also, you are aware though that all of the barrels with the birds are actually also all explosive barrels?
We are aware. We learned the hard way. Glintstone Arc. Wait until they turn around and start going the other way. And then stay behind them until they get close enough to that corner. They turn around. Start moving away. Yeah, Glintstone Arc is equipped. Run! Run the other way. Switch to Glintstone Pebble. And... ah! So close. Ah!
I recommend you stay behind them for a bit and then climb up the ladder partially until you're out of their sight and then just wait them out there.
Okay. So, avoid the fight.
Avoid it. I have gone over that route many a times. I don't think I've attacked them once.
That would explain what I'm doing wrong. But yeah, the reason I kill the birds is because I don't want them to trigger the explosive barrels.
Yeah, I would just go the long way around with the birds. I hate them.
Yeah.
Even though they're not even that difficult, you just have to hit them once. And then just stand, hold your ground, and basically try to hit it the second time the moment it charges at you.
Yep. Okay. So, use the ladder to wait them out?
Yes.
Okay.
Which, let's face it, don't go picking fights in this game. If you don't have to fight, don't.
So how far up before they can't see you anymore?
About half-ish.
About half-ish? So like right there?
Yeah, about there, and you should still be able to see the walkway. And if one of them does climb up, I mean, you can just kick him off the stairs.
Okay. So he actually did see me for a second. Or think he saw me.
Then you just climb up entirely, de-aggro him, climb back down and run past.
Yup! Running fast! Okay. Huh.
There you go. Was that not much easier than fighting your way past him every single time?
Yeah, expend less mana that way. Okay, and...
Yeah, if you know, lock onto that monster. There we go. Sometimes your staff will go through and you can hit it with an attack without it being able to hit you back. And that big thing also doesn't respawn.
Oh.
Make sure you're locked on though, otherwise it doesn't work. And you can always like circle around
Well...
for a bit.
Yeah. So how do you go the long way around to avoid the birds?
You can go the long way around to avoid the birds, not to avoid that one. You have to go through this part. You have to.
Okay. Waiting for it to get...
Don't worry, after this you don't have much left. Before you have the next Side of Grace.
I see a lot of people have tried fighting this thing head-on based on the number of bloodstains on the ground.
Yeah, and then you have a piece of shit like me that actually discovers that your stuff glitches through things. Because I figured this one out without the internet.
So is that an actual boss?
Normally, yes. Normally that would be a mid-boss.
Okay.
And you now completely avoided it, you got all the runes, and it doesn't come back.
Okay. Is that the thing that the person who was Spirit, who gave us the jellyfish, wanted us to kill?
Yes.
So, after we get to the next Side of Grace, we can go and... Okay. So, I gotta sneak past the guard in this room, correct?
I'm not certain. Like, you say something, I see it about 30 seconds later on stream.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to go that way.
Yeah. Okay.
Not certain if you have to sneak past it. I mean, I at that point in the game could one-shot those.
Yeah, but that's
two-shot
because
those.
you took... It's because you took the long way around.
That, and I also very much like sneaking up upon things and putting a sword in between the ribs.
I actually did successfully sneak.
Oh cool, and you got the mimic's fail.
That's the thing that allows you to turn into, like...
Yeah. Also enemy from behind, I think. Huh. Normally the one on the wooden platform aggroes and comes after you. You're in luck.
Huh. Okay. So how much further to that Side of Grace? Is it down here on the battle floor?
Not exactly. The next Side of Grace is already the one you have to take before the boss. As in the Elden Lord for this section.
So wait, he was an Elden Lord.
No. That was just a mid-boss. The next Side of Grace is in a room just before the Elden Lord.
Okay. So
And you're not gonna like this because you have to go outside past those ornaments and basically YOLO run it.
Okay. Hold on.
I'd recommend you loot.
Yeah, working on it. Hello, thing glowing in the corner.
Careful of the rod dogs.
So some of them respawn without Side of Grace?
No, the rod dogs are a type of dog. They give you Scarlet Rot.
Oh lord. I'm guessing that drains health over time?
Yeah, you have poison and you have Scarlet Rot. Scarlet Rot does it about twice as fast as poison. See the outside there? That's where you have to go eventually.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna praise everyone who was in this room because they fucking need it.
It's yeah, you're not gonna like it, but
Okay,
you're gonna
so
have to make.
I'm gonna stand still for a bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't just stand still in that room. There is an enemy that can jump down and kill you.
Okay. Alright.
Alright. If you go through that door, there is an enemy. Be wary of that one. And then...
The one with the lever, right?
Not the one with the lever, the one from which you could see the outside.
The one from which I can see the outside. Okay.
Yeah. You can also take the one with the pull the lever and go up the elevator. It should bring you back to your previous site of grace.
Oh,
That
good.
might actually be a good idea.
And you said this thing doesn't respawn?
That big monster does not respawn.
Okay.
No, I just remembered, yeah, that lever activates the elevator, which brings you back to the site of grace. Which might be convenient, seeing as I...
Okay.
Yeah, that's the elevator that brings you back up.
Okay.
And if you now go through that opening and then to your right, there should be your site of grace again.
Okay. Check to see if I have enough to level up. I do not. What's the recommendation for that next Elden Lord?
I don't know, people have beaten the game at level 1, so I guess level 1.
Oh god.
Also, there's also another site of grace just before the boss, so...
Okay.
And let's go back down that elevator again.
Not that door.
Um... No, there's one that leads to another smaller room that leads to the outside.
So, avoid the room that is covered in darkness?
Yeah, that seems to be a wise idea. It's, yeah, no, there's this guy up on the wooden walkway on the left. If you try locking on, he should... Yeah, well,
Like right there?
You can now see the outside.
Okay.
I just wanted to say something about do not piss anything off yet. Because you're gonna have to make a mad dash for it.
So, a mad dash, so like sprint and dodge?
Sprint, dodge, bop, weave, I don't care. But, if you go stand in a door opening a bit...
It will aggro them?
Not necessarily, but in that case I can tell you where to go.
Okay.
See that big ass staircase straight ahead?
That's where I'm going?
Yeah, that's where you're going, good luck.
Ah, no pressure!
Like, do not engage with anything, just run.
Okay. Okay.
Just run. It's, that's the method I used. I got it first try, so... When you're ready, of course.
Damn it.
Almost. Now know where to go, good luck.
Thank you. Avoid getting hit by fire so that when I get stabbed, I don't die.
Also, equip melee weapons so you can just take down barricades real easily.
Summon the wolves, of course.
They can make for a good distraction, so yes.
Pull the lever, Crunk. Wrong lever! Okay. Summon the wolves, create distraction. Shit! Staff of Marika. Okay. And I go up these stairs here too? Ah! Birds.
Yeah, just keep going up and keep running.
Yep. Doing just that. Scarlet Rot. Damn it! I made it further. Thank you, Wolfies. Good Alwoos.
Yeah. From that point on, it's a bit weird, and honestly, I don't exactly remember how I did it. I hope you can imagine that running around in a game in a panic usually does not result in actually knowing how you did it.
Gotcha.
I do know there's like this corridor you have to take, and then you have like a bonfire. Side of Grace on your right. But yeah, you basically just have to YOLO that stuff. Haven't really found another method yet.
Yeah, I literally lost all those souls from the, all the runes from the big guy. Like, I could have increased my intelligence and got a good spell for this next boss battle, but no. No. Keep that guy from dropping in on me. Okay. Insta-kills! God fucking damn it. Is that Site of Grace underneath a tree? Or is that a golden, or is that a gold, like a...
No, that's a thing to update your flask, and I believe you were almost there.
And do you have to get that in order... Was I going the right way then?
I believe so.
Okay.
Again, very, very foggy memory.
Yeah, fair. Fair. Fair.
I think I got lucky first time around. I don't think you're supposed to make that run mad dash in like your first attempt.
Well, we're coming up on the scheduled actual start point of the stream. So, awoo, friends and enemies, if you're just joining us, welcome to the madness that is Elden Ring. We have made progress. That is all I can say. I am Kyrie, host of the Dronis Lair system, and I am a filthy casual. What that means, this is my first Dark Souls game, and it isn't even a Dark Souls game. It's Elden Ring.
It's a FromSoft game, that counts.
Yeah, pretty much anything they make winds up being... Yikes!
Well, in the beginning they didn't. They used to make like very child-friendly platformers in the 90s for the Nintendo 64.
Really?
Yeah, they made like real child-friendly stuff. But but no, you just had to pick up the George. You just had to pick up the G.R. Martin, like the same person that wrote Game of Thrones collaboration.
Wait. This is a collab with George R. R. Martin?
Yes. They worked with him together on the lore for this game.
Oh, gods.
That explains why it's so absolutely cheerful.
Oh, absolutely fuck.
But yeah, if you collaborate with a writer like him on this, you get some... And take your inspiration from things like Edgar Allan Poe and like Eldritch. The shit, then yeah, chances are you get some really cheerful world building.
Shit! Guessing there's that guy. So where's the site of grace? Oh god.
Yeah, you kinda have to get past that big guy as well.
Oh! Wonderful! How wonderful, Awu! Ah!
It's a, yeah, it's a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
I wish you could pull out your horse for this section. Also, remember, you are faster in your underwear.
Huh?
Without armor, you're faster.
Oh, right. That thing we learned during the first boss.
It is a perfectly valid strategy in all Souls games to strip down naked and run. That's a perfectly valid strategy.
I only have one golden seed though now, but I have a golden seed. I have a golden seed. Allocate flash charges. Health is going to be a top priority here. 5 health. Flasks. Okay. So I have to get past that big guy in order to get to that side of grace. Okay.
You basically have to run and keep running. I believe that was the strategy.
Okay, so before I get on the elevator, everything like, I still need the shield, right?
Yeah, and you need something to break those barriers with, so... Shield and weapon can stay, but, like... Everything else, you kinda don't need it. At the moment. Do be wary though, it gets you killed much faster, but on the other hand you also are faster and you have a better roll.
We are on light load. I'm gonna try it.
You're not trying it, you're just gonna do it.
Yep. There is no try, only do. But doing is a form of trying.
Yeah, but you wanna do the doing that leads to succeeding.
Okay, Master Yoda.
I'm not that old.
Shit. Shit! Okay, so go the long way around. Okay.
Or you know, roll out of its attack range.
Yeah. Or, I could just keep death running this until I pick up all the golden runes on the battlefield.
That works too. In that case, you can just give yourself another level up by the time you reach the actual Elden Lord.
Yeah. We'll do that. Because there are a ton of golden runes scattered across... Like, is there a lore reason for that?
Yeah, kind of. But I don't want to tell you because that will spoil part of the things of the boss. I mean, I'm fine with telling you there's things like a turtle pope and shit like that, but I'm not gonna spoil your actual main plot lines.
Okay. But yeah, I will after I beat this next boss. Actually, no, probably before we beat the next boss. After we get to this next side of Grace, I do want spoiled on the Turtle Pope. Where is Turtle Pope?
Church of Vows.
Ugh. Okay. Next. Again. Oh! God damn it. Okay. So what's that glowing portrait off to the left?
Oh, that's an interesting story. That's the... If you interact with it, there is a side quest connected to it. There was this portrait painter that made landscape portraits in this world, and if you find where he painted the portrait, like the location it represents, you get items. This can either be golden rooms, but this can also be weapons and equipment.
Interesting.
Also,
I think we found one of those already, so I'll go ahead and do that next.
yeah, but you first have to interact with the portrait before the location gives you the reward. And I believe it also gives you like a little cutscene and like a bit of dialogue when you find it, so that's a little side quest thingy you can do.
Yeah. I will actually... No, I'll hold off on that until after we've beaten... Or, no, after we've gotten to the side of Grace. I think I've gotten all of the runes I can get off the battlefield. So... First things first, summon the Awu. And run! Break. Heal. Heal. I already picked up the golden seed, right?
Yeah, you picked it up.
Okay. I see magical tumbleweed.
Yeah, if you go the other way, like, if you would have turned right, there would have been your side of grace, because in this room there's shit that can actually kill you.
Okay.
Like those
I
pots.
see the staff. I see the staff of Marika there. Oh, hi, Sight of Grace. Hello.
Yeah, and those pots are dangerous. Like, those walking pots are genuinely dangerous.
Okay.
But yeah,
Inventory.
do try to get the glowing tumbleweed. But yeah, you found it. Congratulations. Through the golden fog gate is the first boss.
Wait, the first boss? So that guy we fought earlier that had the summon sign next to him wasn't a real boss?
Nope, this is the first mandatory boss.
Oh god.
Now technically he isn't even mandatory, because you need to collect 2 Elden runes, but there are 4 bosses that give him off, so technically he's not even mandatory. But you'd be absolutely insane to go after one of the other ones at this point.
Yeah, fair.
I tried.
I do not have enough to level up. Okay, I am going to use this opportunity to zap myself back to the Storm Hill.
I recommend you do a bit of grinding beforehand.
Yeah. Yeah, planning on it.
Also, I'm gonna go and get something. I'll be right back.
Pleasure
I
to
mean,
see
you don't need
Did
me
you
for
give the
grinding.
little chrysalids the message that I love them, and that despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough.
So no, we haven't killed the thing. So the boss is the thing that she needed killed. Okay. Let's go ahead and zap ourselves up to somewhere easy to grind on. Zap to the other side. Summon the Awus at the earliest opportunity. Yike! Okay. Yike, 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 yikes, yikes, right on, nope. Little bit of divine grace there. Okay. Reallocate the flasks to be better for grinding. Drank the wrong flask. And I just chugged too many of them. Ah, crap. $200 runes a pop. And getting to use the Awoos. All I have to say is, my favorite punching bag. Hi. Wire materials. Okay.
I'm back.
Okay. I just went back through my favorite punching bags.
I think you can also get dressed again. I do not recommend fighting the first actual boss like naked.
Yeah, I know. And if he kills the Awu before I have a chance to escape... Okay. Shit! Ah! Rested Sight of Grace. Level up! Intelligence. Confirm. Yes. Huh. Zap myself to the sorceress.
I would recommend you also start putting in points in vigor.
Yeah, that'd help. But I'm also not leveling up very fast.
There you are. Shall we commence the lesson?
Okay. So you said that those are for more... Okay.
Yeah, that's when you get into the category that I do. I have a full-on, basically, spellcast knight build, what I basically have.
Okay.
Which means you have a very strong dexterity weapon in one hand and then have a cast spells with the other. It's I recommend you stick to the regular mage.
Okay.
Also, just so you know, the boss does a combination of physical damage and magical damage, so perhaps you can dress for that.
Working on it. Now I'm under heavy load, so I need to... There we go. Improve magic. Improve magic. And then the other... Under heavy load there. Yeah. Okay, so the astrologer set is mostly magic damage, but I need lighter shield.
For the boss, you mostly just need to dodge.
Okay, I'm dressed for the occasion. I'm scared. So it's the secluded cell here?
Yeah, the secluded cell.
Okay.
Good luck.
Hello? I'm scared.
Good luck.
I am scared.
As you should be.
Yeah. Hello? You know what? I'm gonna stand next to the side of Grace, quit, and then come back. Just to be on the safe side. My Shin Megami Tensei instincts are kicking in. Save the game. I don't want to lose my progress.
Sorry for the long AFK. I had to help Mom clean out her car.
Fair, fair.
Also, if I sound a little fucky, that's just because allergy season's kicking my ass today.
Yeah, fair.
Pollen is high.
Oof. Okay. Here goes nothing.
Mighty dragon. 32 born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights.
What the fuck is this guy's deal?
Well, lowly tarnished. Playing as a lord. I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
Fair. Okay, now I understand.
Hey, calm down. You're fine. Hold on, let me just feed the two little gremlins.
Lowly tarnished. Thought unfit even to craft.
Oof. Oh, le grande oeuf. So, there was no multiplayer help available for this one. Is there any particular reason you could think of why?
You have to get your ass kicked a couple of times.
Before the multiplayer help will spawn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, he has a phase 2 at half health. Just so you are aware.
He has a phase 2 at half health? Okay.
Yeah, with like another cutscene.
Newly tarnished. Thou'rt unfit even to craft.
So, quick question. Does glintstone stars target from further away?
Which one?
Glintstone stars.
I'm gonna have to see that spell. I basically use Meteorite all the time, which is a spell you do not have, and I do not recommend you're gonna get at the moment.
Valid?
Which basically allowed me to kill the boss in 8 attacks, so...
This one.
It's not on screen yet for me.
Okay, glintstone stars, there.
I'm not certain if it's better. I have to admit.
Okay. See, Crystal Barrage is what I want, and my int is too low, but I don't have the time for it. So, I'm gonna replace Glintstone Arc, because there aren't multiple enemies. Just to be on the safe side, and I'm gonna try starting with Glintstone Stars.
Yeah, because if you don't have the intelligence, you simply cannot cast it.
Yep.
Newly tarnished. Thou'rt unfit even to craft.
Whew.
You might actually have to do some grinding.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or get really, really good. It's either one of those two.
Well, it doesn't look like a multiplayer summon has appeared. So,
Okay.
I'm gonna try one more time, and then we're
Oh
gonna...
wait, instead of going in, go back to that place which had like that glowing orb thingy. There should be a stake, and if you talk with it, I believe that also partially can activate multiplayer.
Wait, hold up.
After you die
After
this
I
round.
die, yeah. After I die.
Oh, let's look at it at the positive. After you win this.
Slowly tarnished. Not unfit even to graft.
Okay. So you said the good spell is sold by the Turtle Pope.
It's a slightly better spell,
Okay.
but the Turtle Pope is how to put it? It's a bit of a hike.
Okay. Fair. You said so there should be a staff here?
And not something like a stake or a statue that I believe is something you have to do to unlock multiplayer.
Oh, the summoning
But
pool is now functional. Okay.
that one, yes. But I can skip those because I play fully offline, so I normally do not have to bother with those. I have to make
Okay.
do with my own raw strength. Also, that should help out. I'm not certain because there should be a... I mean, I got a summoning sign there for an NPC, so
I mean,
I'm not...
I might not have, though.
Yeah, chances are the rules might be differently for people that play online as for people that play purely offline.
Okay. So...
Or you just have to die a couple of times.
Okay. Going to try again? Shit. I can't even summon the Awoos.
I'm not certain what that's about.
Slowly tarnished. Not unfit even to graft.
Okay, so you said the Turtle Pope is a bit of a hike.
Yeah, when I say a bit of a hike, I really mean it.
Oh, sorry, hi. If you stand... Okay, hold on. Hey! Yep, good advice, Red. Thank you. How are you doing? Oof. I'm doing okay. I'm dying a lot. So, by bit of a hike, how big we talking?
Well, let's put it like this. By the time you're there, you can just as well try to challenge the second boss.
Oh. Well, shit.
Yeah. But on the other end, though, it's not a dangerous route. At least in my opinion.
Give me a moment to turn off multiplayer. I'll see if that changes anything with the summoning pool.
I mean, I believe I've sent you a map to the Turtle Pope.
Wait, that was the map to the Turtle Pope?
Yeah, I believe I sent you a map like a couple of voice chats ago.
Yeah, hang on. Discord. I wasn't able to turn off multiplayer. Apparently that's something you have to do in-game. So, Turtle Pope.
Yeah, that's the one that marks the Church of Vows. That's the Turtle Pope.
Okay. Let me go ahead
I
and
can
look at
tell
my...
you how. I can tell you how you can get near it. It's like the Lake of Lunaria. It's if you open your map, then I can tell you to which side of Grace you teleport.
Okay, I see Church of Pilgrimage.
No, you haven't discovered it yet. Just so you
No.
know.
I'm looking on the map you sent. So, on the map you sent...
Let me get it out myself.
Think that... Was this in Stream VC that you sent another map?
Yeah, it was in Stream VC. It's literally titled Church of Vows. But if you go
there
to...
it is. Okay. It's in a section of the map you said I haven't discovered yet. So...
Yeah, but I can tell you how to get there really easily. Like, you can use the technique to basically skip this entire castle.
Okay. So do I need to go to the waypoint where Sorceress Celine is?
Nope, you don't. What waypoint was it again? It's that one where you also find, I believe, Rodriqua. It's the one before you go into the castle that has a that also has an NPC sitting there. You're going too far south every single time. Not that one. Stormhill Shack. That's the one you need to have.
Okay. Stormhill Shack?
Yes.
Okay. So from here, do I go north, south, east, or west?
I see a loading screen. Okay. Let me think. I believe it's north underneath the bridge. Get on your horse. Let's start off with that. And it's real difficult to explain somebody something if you have a 30-second delay on your end.
Gotcha. So you said to go under the bridge?
Under the bridge, there should be a hunting path or a wild animal path. It's like slightly different color. And then you can follow that, and then you should be able to reach Lunaria of the lake. And from that point on, things you should be able to find the turtle pope.
So do I keep following these arches?
No, you do not. You go underneath them, and then there should be a dirt path
A dirt path.
from the Storm Hill shack. Basically, you're going the wrong direction.
Okay.
I believe you have to go like underneath them and then go north.
Underneath them and then go north. Okay.
Yeah, and then you have to do a
Okay.
not off the cliff.
Not off
Like
the
there's
cliff.
one place where you can
Like
actually
across this bridge,
continue.
right? Do you have to go across this bridge?
No, underneath.
Underneath this bridge.
Wait, you're thinking about a different bridge already. Wait. I still have that delay.
Right.
Did you? You have to cross the bridge with like old lady sitting on the side,
Yep, there it
and
is.
then go cross this one.
Is it safe to talk to the old lady?
It is. They actually give you advice about where to go to next in a very descriptive manner.
Oh, I love cryptic riddles.
Yeah, very cryptic. Like. Also, I'm gonna mute my mic. There has been a Kazuya standing next to me for a couple of minutes. I
will-
think he wants something.
Fingers.
Hello, Kazuya.
Please, your fingers. Oh, bless you. Head to the fountain of gold, tarnished traverse, Rhea Lucaria, glintstone eventide, and reunite the half crescents at the grand lift. Oh, but the bridge is collapsed and cannot be crossed. Only, why should that matter? Stormvale
Okay, I'm
Castle
back.
still stands tall.
Okay. That was far more cryptic than I was anticipating, but I appreciate it. So the bridge has collapsed.
Yeah, but if you go to the end of the bridge, a couple of rocks you can jump on with the horse, and then you can find a path.
Like,
And if you follow that, you reach the lake.
like... Okay. Hang on.
There you go.
Like that?
Yeah, that's the part you need, I believe. Yeah, that's the path. Go down there, and then it eventually like goes up a slight bit, and then you travel along that cliffside, basically. Mind the wild doggos. They're aggressive.
The wild
this is the
Awus?
Yeah, this is the point that also alpha awus. They're not friendly.
Oh. So just right past him?
Just run past them. Like, ignore their existence. At your, let's say, with your hit points, the regular Awus can two-shot you, and the Alpha Awus will probably just one-shot you.
Yeah, I think I'll touch grass. I mean Grace.
Yeah, might be a wise choice. Congratulations, you just found Lularia of the Lakes.
Okay.
From this point on, you should be able to find Turtle Pope.
Is Turtle Pope at this spire?
No, that's a regular church.
Okay.
You can go there, because that means you will get an item for your flasks.
Oh, so there's a seed here.
Not a seed. A dew, I believe it is.
A sacred
You have to-
tear. Okay.
Yeah, sacred tear, that one. All churches have sacred tears, basically.
I'm gonna go back to the site of grace and immediately use it.
And then, if you check your map, there is actually a little trick with the maps that I can tell of you
It
that
says-
allows you to know where you can find the map fragment to actually fully unlock the map. You see that vague little... If you're on the map, a little bit north. See that vague little pillar sign? That's where you can find the map fragment for this area, so it unlocks the actual map.
Okay. So then I need to set.
I recommend you set a marker. Because that also gives you like the layout and like how things are going and where roads are. And there should be like 1 or 2 more sites of grace between you and that map mark point.
When you said you went off the beaten path, you weren't kidding.
No, this is the beaten path. You have to go here for your second boss. You have to go
So
here.
is the turtle pope inside that village? Oh wait, hold up. Hold
No, the turtle-
up.
The turtle pope is in a church. Where else should a pope be?
Oh, right. Did I go the right way?
I don't know. I recommend you get the map fragment first.
Fair.
So go find that first. You have it marked. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now I'm back.
Welcome back, Dante.
Hello. Also, remember my advice of not fighting things unless you absolutely have to.
Hello. I'm gonna touch grass, I mean grace.
Should be a second site of grace relatively close by already. There it is. This area is very forgiving with its sites of grace. There are a lot of them.
You found me in my little nook. No matter. Your money's as good as anyone
Also, do
else's.
not fight things in this area. You're not strong enough.
Yeah.
Oh, but don't ask me how I got my hands on them, eh?
Okay, I already have those things. Okay, so there's a shop next to this site of grace. Okay. Now. I am so close. Okay. Let me check to see. Okay. So I need to go from where I'm at, north by northwest. Shit! That was the map fragment right there, wasn't it? The fuck?
Probably. Oh, did the monsters get you?
Yes. Yes, they did.
Yeah,
Yes, they
that's the-
did.
That's the map fragment.
Yeah. Yeah, right there. Right
Bless-
there. Right by the scary death things.
Bless you. That's the new level of enemies in this area.
Ah.
As I said, you're not supposed to be here theoretically speaking, but the game doesn't stop you from going here. It's one of the reasons why I have so much of the map unlocked already.
Okay, and now to reclaim my what few runes I actually had, if I had any.
And the map fragment.
I got the map fragment. I'm going. Ah! Okay. Get me out of this marsh.
Oh dear, you have to go through that marsh for the storyline at some point.
I know. Map. New map has been found. Lunaria East. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Turtle Pope is to the where was he again? Yeah, if you like, in a moment open up your map, I'll try to give a description of where he is.
Is it down here?
I don't know, I'm looking at the loading screen.
Oh gods. Okay.
Turtle Pope is on that, no, he's not down there.
Okay.
Easily. I have no clue how to get down there. Turtle Pope is, from that, side of Grace.
Yeah.
Ah, which one? Slightly northeast, close to that, square ruin thingy, and
Here?
that... I don't know. I'll tell the moment I see the cursor move on my end. Not there, slightly to your left. Just a pinch.
That one?
Again, I have to wait until your cursor moves. Slightly more to your left. Like, between that little fork in the road, there should be the Church of Vows.
Got it.
Like, you're close already, so it's a good thing. Wait, let me check the Discord again.
Okay, and so the exploit you found to find...
Wait, let me... Oh no, it's actually higher up north. Sorry.
Shit. Higher up north? So past the marsh?
No, on that side of it, on that landmass thingy.
Okay. So, like, back through this nest of enemies.
No.
I have
You
to...
can't-
I have to traverse back through it in order to get to the fork. If I'm seeing the map right.
I'm not certain.
Yeah.
I don't think so, actually, because I'm pretty certain I did it differently. But let's face it, it's me.
You
So-
do things in a roundabout way that makes perfect sense, but at the same time, I'm trying to follow the map as linearly as possible because I am Smooth Brain Awu.
I'm not. I just see something on the map I like, pinpoint it, and go for it.
Fair.
But I believe you actually are going the wrong way because
Yeah, now I
you
am.
can't.
Oh, I see a bridge. I see a bridge. I see a bridge on the map. So now I am going the wrong way. Yes.
Yeah. Also, do keep in mind the map is basically old-fashioned, so if you see a bridge on your map, chances are it's not there anymore in game.
Land bridge.
Like, I believe I got there via one of those gusty things that shoot you up in the air with your horse. I believe I got there via one of those, but that was my strategy. Also, be wary of the shrimps that can snipe you.
Shrimps that snipe? What?
Shrimps.
Shrimps!
Yeah. Yeah. They're a
Shrimps.
delight. They're absolutely amazing. They hide in the water, and then when you come near them and you aggro them,
Found it.
they will spit something at you and just snipe you from an incredibly large distance.
Found it.
Okay, good. Onwards to the Church of Vows. There should be, like, multiple sites of grace there.
Okay, so I'm gonna dismount, touch grass, grace.
And then if you follow the road, you should basically get there.
Yeah, the glowing light where I set the marker.
Yeah, but also just that part of pavement that's supposed to be a road. Like, you get pretty far. And I recommend you do it on horseback because it's deceptively far and there are some enemies along the way.
More than a few.
Yeah. And then you can find Turtle Pope. And the moment you see him, you know why the fanbase started calling that character Turtle Pope.
Here, right?
I think that might be a different church. Also, that ain't the church.
That ain't a church. Okay.
That's a military compound, I believe. Wait. I believe the church with Turtle Pope... No, that's a military compound. The church with Turtle Pope is farther up north.
Okay, so... My map
You have to
marker is wrong.
continue following the road.
Okay. Ooh. Grass! Touch.
Yeah, no, that marker's wrong. Sorry. You have to go significantly further north. It's a church on your left-hand side. You'll see it at some point. But I believe you still have 1 or 2 sites of grace to go through before you find it. And yes, you have to get past that spooky part there. With all the dead bodies. I'm sorry. Oh, hello Nebula.
Hi, Nebula.
Nebula.
Pink Ferragamo slide is on deck. I just came in. I just came in to say hi. And
Hi. Hi, babe.
how all you
Hi.
how you thoughty acted naughty's doing.
We are trying to short circuit Elden Ring by going farther than we should go.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so
I'm apparently now a living walkthrough. Also, open your map. I think you might also be going the wrong way if you jump down that bridge.
okay, so okay.
I remember the road ending at some point, and you're having to take a dirt path. Yeah, no, you have to stay on this landmass, but you shouldn't stay on this road.
Yep.
Oh, I really wish I could screenshot shit and send you that, but it's... But you have to continue north, but you have to stay on this basically landmass.
So
Also,
so
beware the
before,
wild oboes.
so before I leave,
Before you leave.
Oh my god, why is that so small? Alright. Never mind, I'll just send what I wanted. Just send what I wanted to send. There you go. So babe, check your DMs.
Okay.
Alright, and I will see you all later.
Pardon me.
Oh, thank you. I love you.
I love you too.
Aroo. Aroo. Anyway, sorry. I know, we're disgustingly sweet. Get used to it. Okay.
We're here, we're queer, we ain't going nowhere, so get used to it.
Yeah. Alright.
I'm already used to it.
Yeah.
I'm dying.
Okay,
I'll
so
see you
so
guys
this house,
later.
is this house too far or not far enough?
I recommend you talk with the painting.
Talk to painting.
Yeah, that's the artist shack. That's the shack where like the artist that made all those magical paintings used to live. And then afterwards I have to see your map again. And this time don't close it until I can actually tell you which direction you have to go.
Yes, ma'am.
And keep in mind I have a 30-second delay. Yeah, you have to keep traveling up north.
North. Okay.
Wait. Let me print screen this real quickly and like load it into Paint. But where was it again? I'll
I'm at the artist shack.
like send you a somewhat slightly more decent one. Let's see, where is the paintbrush? Here I am sitting making copies of a. Alright, if you check the voice chat stream, I should have posted a slightly better, which is like a screenshot within the red circle. That's where the turtle pope lives.
Oh! Hello. Thank you for all the help, Brad. I still appreciate it.
No problem. Like, I had to look this shit up or discover it on my own. Which wasn't that great.
So, speaking of, after Turtle Pope...
You have to go grind. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, that exploit you said got you a crap ton of runes?
Yeah, but it's not an easy one, and you have like a really high chance of losing them again if you do it wrong.
Okay.
And in that case, you've lost like, I believe, like 98,000 runes.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
Yeah, so do at your own risk, but it might not be the wisest of strategies for you.
Yeah. Good point. Good point.
Because that means you have to like start contending with things like Scarlet Rot and stuff like that. It wasn't fun.
Hello. I see a site of grace. There's a site of grace right next to the Turtle Pope. Why did people die on their way into the Turtle Pope? Did they climb up that to jump off or something?
I have no idea. Like, people die in a lot of places here. Also, if you piss off the Turtle Pope, he will like absolutely body you.
Fair. Oh, hello. Turtle Pope?
Hey, Jeronis.
Yeah?
I'm probably gonna hop off and let my allergies calm down. They're really bad today.
Alright. Hey, it was fun hanging out with you, Dante.
Yeah, the next stream, I'll be sure to update you more on the commission. It's just I've been busy this whole week.
Gotcha.
Alright. I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah, till later. I hope your allergies come down a bit.
once my mom gets me the medication, I'm sure it will. It feels like I need to itch my uvula. Anyway, I'll talk to you all another time. Ta-ta.
Bye-bye.
How it came to be known as the Church of Vows.
Yeah, the fanbase calls that character Turtle
Well,
Pope.
that is a shame. But who can blame you? The shattering has caused us all.
He has a bit of lore for
to
you,
lose
and then
sight of something
you should be
very
able to buy
dear.
spells from him.
It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined.
And then I
By the
highly
reform
recommend you go and
between
grind.
red-haired Radagon
That will be next
and
week.
Renala of the full moon. And so our church holds in view the
I mean, if you want, I can send you the link to the video with like that level up exploit that I used, but it's a bit of a tough one.
Oh, was there something you needed? You are free to show yourself around. I would serve as your guide, only my legs aren't what they used to be. If you find anything of use, you are free to take it with you. Unless, perhaps, you are in search of instruction, in which case I will share all that I know.
Magic Glint Blade! That's the spell you were telling me about.
Yep, that's the one. The prisoner comes with it by default. And between casting it and it actually firing is like a 4-second delay, meaning that a lot of enemies, they will dodge immediately on the cast. Which means they dodge about 4 seconds too early.
Okay. Does that apply to bosses?
Yes! That's the cheap part.
Okay, so that's why you said it's easy to exploit.
Yes.
Okay.
And you can stack them. You can like have like multiple of them like visible, like loading up.
Okay.
And bosses, as long as you are locked on, it will always fire. It's even better because you lock onto an enemy,
Okay.
cast it, and then you can actually lock onto a different enemy because the spell remembers which enemy it was locked on to, and therefore will always hit basically, or come close to.
Okay, gotcha. So, really quickly also... Also, how do you increase memory slots? Is that intelligence, or...
No, those are items you have to find.
Those are items, okay. So... Okay.
You wish to know more?
And they are at, I believe they're called wizard towers, and you have to like perform like complete a riddle or a quest or something like that for it. They're like relatively easy, but
okay,
they can be a bit of a pain.
However, when Godfrey first
and I believe some bosses drop them. They're called memory stones.
Gotcha.
Becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord. You wish to know more of Lady Renala? She is Queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Rea Lucaria, the great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radagon left her, and then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library.
So the gold sewing needle and the golden crafting materials, golden crafting tools. What do they do?
That means at a site of grace you can now adjust certain clothing items to more suit your aesthetic.
In other words, you can change your appearance.
Not entirely, just your clothing. For changing your appearance, you have to go to the round table hold and talk with the mirror. In that case, you can really redo your appearance.
Oh, okay. Well, I already knew about the mirror, so alter garments.
Not all garments can be altered, though.
The
It's like things like remove a cape or add a cape or like...
Lord, it adds nothing to alter the garments. And actually removes some things. Okay.
Alterations usually make things either A, worse, or B, just more aesthetically pleasing, and that's it.
Okay, well, at least we unlocked that thing that we're never going to use. Haha. Okay, so...
Also, have you upgraded your staff?
How do you upgrade staff?
Go to the round table hold.
Hang on, round table hold.
Because if you upgrade your weapon, it gets better stats and better scaling, meaning it will become more powerful.
Okay, so we're at the round table hold.
There should be a blacksmith.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Greetings. Nice to see you again.
Hello.
My name is Roderica. I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive though? The round table hold. Covert quarters of the
Also, that lady in the red cloak and the blacksmith have like a shared storyline which you can unlock quite easily. And then that red lady, the lady with the red cloak, can start upgrading your spirits.
Okay.
It's all a bit much. I'm still looking.
So, still looking for your own purpose. I'm guessing I need to talk to the blacksmith?
You have to talk to the blacksmith.
Okay.
Exhaust his dialogue.
No matter, it's all as out your arm.
Okay. About Roderica.
Also, like, upgrade your shit.
So I've exhausted the dialogue options.
Yeah, now go to strengthen armament, like before you forget.
Okay, so that will cost 200 runes to do the first upgrade. Okay.
Yeah, it really helps because it also makes the scaling better, and that determines simply how much extra attack you get from basically how much better intelligence will influence your damage output.
Okay, so do I talk to Roderica again after I
believe so.
Pleasure to see you. Thank God. I'm still
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
You're telling me I possess. I don't believe. If I do have this, I suppose I should. I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. Certainly, he does appear intimidating. I know he's trapped here at the rack and tell.
Okay, so he has no love for the Tarnished, but because he's trapped here. But okay.
Yeah, and if you know, go to your map and like teleport to the round table hold again, which basically reloads the area.
Okay.
Also, I believe you first have to talk to the blacksmith again.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And like,
talk to the blacksmith again.
Yeah, I believe you can ask him to look after her. Okay. And then in like a little while she'll set up shop there, and like you can upgrade your upgrade your wolves provided you have the right items.
I refuse to believe. I don't doubt you, but
right.
And then you have to basically reload the area again by again teleporting to the round table hold.
Okay. There we
I'm
go.
sorry, it's a bit of teleporting to the same location every single time, but it does update everything.
Okay. So where is Roderica then?
Well, you asked the blacksmith to watch over her. There's only one spot where she can be, where the blacksmith can look after her.
I spoke with the
She's
girl.
now sitting
She
on the
has a
ground.
gift, so I told her everything.
Like over there, she
I
took
get
off her
it, that's
cloak.
all I could do, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
She can know if you have the right items, upgrade your spirits.
Okay, so... Oh, right there.
Good to see you again. I have you to thank, don't I? For persuading Master Hugh, I can happily announce that he has taught me the noble toil of spirit tuning I'm as yet. But
Yeah, she's a bit hard to
if there's
recognize
anyone I
without the
certainly must
red cloak
Roderica-
on.
Okay. Oh, these are so cheap to upgrade.
Yeah, but you do need a special item for those.
So Lone Wolf Ashes. So 615 runes and a grave glovewort,
Yes.
which I have one. So I can upgrade the wolves now. Okay.
Basically, yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and go through my usual grinding route, because now we have one.
And now you can upgrade the wolves.
Yes! Upgrade the Elwoos.
And don't
So-
forget, you have to save up 3,000 for the spell as well.
Right. So I'll get the spell first, since that's the most expensive, and then... Okay. Got it.
And now you know what you're gonna do this weekend.
Uh,
Grinding Elden Ring.
no? That's... I'm working this weekend, so...
Oh yeah, you work for a fast food chain. Mate, what did you work for again?
McDonald's.
Yeah, that means you have to do weekends.
So upgrading the staff will increase the damage output?
Yes. Not only will it just upgrade raw damage output, it will also make the scaling better, because the scaling is now I believe a D, and then it will go from a D to a C, which basically determines how much your intelligence affects your spells and how much your intelligence makes them stronger. I currently have a staff with a scaling of S, which is the best ranking. So even then, low amounts of intelligence will deal large amounts of damage. And seeing as your character is already pretty smart.
Yeah, not smart enough, though.
At this point, I think you're also gonna need some vigor.
Like, my intelligence is 20. I needed it like 24, right? And I also need a vigor of... What's your recommended vigor?
Let me check my notes. Just the fact I have notes written about this game. Where is it?
Like, to cast most
What?
spells, you need, like, an intelligence of 20, but, like, also you
Yeah, that's also recommended for your vigor. A vigor of about 20.
Oh, God. So, upgrade intelligence, finish upgrading intelligence, so we can blast damage.
And then upgrade vigor to make sure you can take damage. And upgrade dexterity because it increases cast speed.
Got it.
That used to be linked to intelligence, but in this game it's linked to this dexterity.
Okay. Now back to this site of grace. And do it all over again.
Yeah, I usually nowadays go crab hunting the moment I need runes, but I don't recommend that for you.
Crab hunting? Giant crabs?
Yeah, they're 4,000 runes each, but I don't recommend that at your level. I mean, you've seen Godfrey the Grafted. You should know at this point what kind of horrors exist in this game.
You're fair.
And the reason I believe last time when I was playing the game myself, I shouted something in the range of "Oh no, not the hand spiders."
Okay.
So that should tell you some of the BS you encounter in this game.
So there is no better astrologer's staff than the astrologer's staff?
A better staffs. Like, I got the meteor staff. It's just, they're a bit of a faff to get.
Shit!
I mean, I'll send you the link to the tutorial I followed. Like, go do that at your own leisure.
Okay. I'll watch it after stream, after I've gotten the good spell. I will.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find the same one back.
Okay. That's my bad. Leave Glintstone Pebble on, because it's Glintstone Pebble that I do better with.
I do not remember which tutorial I followed.
Already off to a better start. I think there's another one I can kill from right here. Check to see if that's the one, because if not, then that's an additional 178 runes on this route that I wasn't getting before. Yep. Oh, 70 runes. An additional 70 runes I could have gotten. Okay. So upgrading the summons increases their health and their damage output, I'm guessing?
Yeah, health and damage output.
Which spirit is recommended to summon with that first boss? The jellyfish?
Doggos.
The doggos?
Wolves.
The
Like,
doggos?
the doggos. I'm very sorry to say, but those doggos are actually quite powerful. There you go. Send you 2 tutorials.
Yeah. Okay. I am loving the flask upgrade. I'm not having to consume all of my flasks on a grinding run anymore. That's good. Alright. We have enough runes to get the spell. Church of Vows.
Greetings.
Study sorcery. Okay. Memorize spell. All right. Back to it. Down. On one run, I'll be able to upgrade the Awoos, and then on the next run, I'll be able to probably upgrade my staff a couple times. Okay. Okay. Climb. Climby, climb, climb, climb. Okay. Okay.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took it no matter, it's all the same. Out your own.
Strength and armament. Okay.
Greetings, are you here for spirit tuning?
Okay. I have upgraded the Awus once and the staff 3 times.
Good. You should get some better damage output now.
Okay. Gonna test it out on the grinding route.
Wanna try out the boss again, or are you gonna leave it till next time?
I will try the boss again. I'll go a little bit over schedule. Just to see, because I want to test it against the grinding route, because levels are a thing.
Grinding levels is a thing unless you, like, are insane like me and go grab items from an area you're not supposed to go yet.
Well, I literally just did that, so...
Yeah. Let's just say you're still in the early game area. I kinda stole things from the late game areas.
Are you mad?
Yes, absolutely, but there was nothing actually stopping me from going there, so I just got on the horse and just ran past everything and, well, it kept working. I now need to find a Vocaloid to write something interesting about today. Do we have Vocaloids like that?
Waiting for the aggro to calm down. Because, whoops. I triggered the aggro.
That voice bank is V3?
Arsloid Bank is V3.
I know Arsloid is V3, but I was looking for Jan Hey. Yeah, that one is V3. Let me think. What Vocaloid shall I write about? It's not like I don't have any choice.
So intelligence... Does intelligence also increase your magic damage?
Yes, intelligence increases magic damage. Stamina increases casting speed.
Okay. Gotcha. Then with that, I'm actually not going to challenge the boss. I thought I was. I mean, I might if I keep going, but it's almost midnight there, isn't it?
Yeah, about.
So like I'm gonna grind up a couple levels. Since I've upgraded everything as much as I can. Woo! Oh. Ooh. I just need 1,000 more runes and I can level up once. Next. I'm gonna go to a different site of grace. I'm gonna do the 200 per, because almost none of these enemies are more than 100. I'm gonna go ahead and try that one guard again. Just that one big guard that I was grinding earlier. Like, way, 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 way earlier. Several streams ago.
I've grinded that. If it's the same guard, I've grinded him too, because there's actually a spot from up higher where you can just hit him and without him hitting you.
Really? Do tell.
If it's the same guy, then yes, you can just totally cheese.
It's this guy.
Loading screen! Oh no, that's a different guy.
Okay.
That's an entirely different guy. I used to grind against like one of those black armor knights in Stormvale Castle, because there's one you can just cheese. You can just stand somewhere where he absolutely cannot get get to you and just hit him, and then he dies.
Wait, is it the one at the bottom of the staircase?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
You can actually stand on a platform, you have to jump to it. And seeing as that guy cannot jump, you can just cheese him from there and he doesn't have a range attack.
And how many runes per is he?
I believe he was like... I don't remember exactly. I believe he was like 400 rooms each go. But he's like real easy to reset. I'll look him up. Like, he was really easy to reset because it's basically just next to a side of grace.
Oh, crap. I should have leveled up first. I did. Last side of grace visited. I might actually wind up needing to kill him to level up now. Oof.
That's the wrong one.
Yeah, potentially. See how far away from him I lost my grace. Not very. Oh! Oh, thank God. Back to the site of grace, leveling up intelligence. Again. Okay. Does intelligence also increase the spirit's damage?
Not that I know of. Oh, there we go. I've found which knights they are. They're good for 400 runes each. But that one at the stairs is like ridiculously easy to like grind out, because he's basically next to a side of grace. And you can take him out with no risk. Unless you miss your jump, but in that case,
okay,
it's not a difficult jump.
Okay. So, I'm gonna jump to that site of grace. It's not the secluded cell. It's the Rampart Tower. Okay. Stormville Castle. You said there's a platform.
Yeah, I'll tell you where to stand the moment I can see the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, go towards that, the staircase where that guy actually is.
So here.
Yeah, and if you like look straight ahead, there is this item, and you can just jump to that if you are on the like slightly right side. That's
Like that thing?
yeah, that platform you can actually just reach. And then you can just cheese out that knight. Because he can run up the stairs, but if you're on that platform, he just cannot reach you.
Okay, so that's not... That wasn't it.
No, like, you actually have to jump towards it.
Oh.
You have to stay on that upper floor.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
It's like, you see that glowing item there, you can jump towards that.
Oh, glowing
like,
item. Glowing item.
On the right side there, like right next to like that elevator shaft, there's like a couple of planks which are close enough to one another. You can just jump. And then the moment you're on that platform, you can just cheese the knight every single time.
So like
and he's good.
So like a sprint jump would be the best way to do it, or?
Oh no, I just bunny hopped it. I believe you can just hop it. You have to like find your spot, like
right here?
I don't know. Again, 30-second delay.
Okay.
So I don't know where you are. I don't know where you're standing. I recommend going on the right of that elevator shaft thing. And like.
Yep.
Slightly.
There it is.
Yeah, you got it. Okay. At
Okay.
least I didn't hear you screaming and cursing, so I believe. So in that case, I think you got it. Then now you have both the item, and you can just cheese that knight. And that's like was my exploit for 400 souls at a time, each time, guaranteed. And it's real easy to do, and you can just like constantly reset it. Because it's next to the bonfire, next to a site of grace.
Yep. Okay.
And that guy just keeps respawning. So there you go, easy 400 runes at a time exploit.
Okay. And I can actually, after I've killed him, I could probably actually take back my other runes and explore that room a little bit, right?
Yeah, you can, because he is the only thing that's down there. Can you imagine I spent doing this, like, for 3 hours straight, to grind and level up shit? I'm incredibly patient.
Yeah? And he just partially de-aggroes without regaining health? That's...
No health regeneration, nothing. No ranged attack, no health regeneration. Doesn't know how to walk on stairs, doesn't know how to jump. That's it. He's a bit of a faff to hit though, because he can go underneath, but yeah. You have to be lucky with how he walks.
See what you mean by lucky with how he walks.
Otherwise you can just wait until he de-aggroes and then you can just hit him again.
Okay.
Because he will at some point just de-aggro and go back to his walking around.
So is there anything actually worth being in here?
If I remember correctly, jack shit.
Yeah, well, I just found that. Whole bunch of bloodstains, though.
Yeah, because people don't realize you can just sneak past the guy and engage him. Which is not a wise idea.
I'm glad you told me to sneak or I would've.
Yeah. That's the thing. That people tend to forget in this game is you have a stealth mechanic. And it's actually quite a good one. Oh, and rinse, repeat until you have enough shit.
Yee.
Later on there's a spot where you can do this for 4,000 runes each.
I just thought of another way to do this.
Okay. If you have another idea that's better, feel free.
I'm gonna try not to fall off that balancing beam. I'm gonna go ahead and reset real quick. Because if I can stay on that beam, it would give me more range to hit him from.
Yeah, I do believe you move a tiny little bit after casting each spell. So if it works, that means you have to reposition yourself after each cast.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that, though. Gonna wait until he finishes going that way.
Like, imagine having a melee build and actually having to go down there and kill the guy.
Fair. Because he inflicted a lot of status effects that one hit I got from him just now. A little bit ago.
Yeah, he's also resistant to practically everything.
Except magic.
Except magic. He is, for instance, resistant, I believe, to fire, poison, and scarlet rot. So that goes like half your common strategies. Has a massive ranged weapon, because that's either a spear or a halberd. I can't tell this from over here. And has a nice bit of armor on. So yeah, and he can inflict status effects. I believe he can inflict bleed, amongst other things. And he has like a tornado whirlwind attack, but he just doesn't have anything that goes up.
Ah, shit!
And if he's straight underneath you, you can't hit him. Ah, I'm now seeing on stream what the shit was for.
Ah, I got it though. Shit.
He is also remarkably fast for somebody in armor.
For someone in heavy armor, that... yeah! Yeah! Huh. Okay, not trying that again, because even the slightest misstep, I fall. Not smart, not good, not good, Awu. However, what I could do... Oh, went wrong way.
Is be a bit patient.
Or be...
Oh, so don't forget where you're going now is also an enemy.
Yeah, I saw that.
You might have aggroed them already.
Yeah, well, I got away from him.
You really picked out a game to play, didn't you?
Yes, I did! And I'm loving it.
Nowhere nearly as bad as the other games, I mean... I'm decent at Dark Souls 1 and 2, but like Bloodborne, I'm just absolutely stuck at. This game, because it's completely open world, never gives you the impression you're truly stuck. Look, and now you can kill 2 idiots for the price of 1. And 1 suicided. Just so you know, if an enemy dies and you didn't have anything to do with it, if it dies near you, you get the runes.
Interesting.
So that bloke that just... Yeah, that should do it, because now they're downstairs. There you go. Like, the moment they hit the ground, even if you didn't attack them, you get the runes.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna see if I can do that again, because that actually... Oh, he can jump too! Shit!
Oh yeah, the guys in like the red cloaks are a bit more agile. Completely forgot about that.
Okay, so aggroing him, not a good idea. Got it.
Yeah, I completely forgot, actually.
I'm gonna see if I can get him to do exactly the same thing he did last time. Ah, shit. Fuck. Get him to chase me up the stairs. Is he just returning to his normal spot? He went right back to his normal spot. Okay. So not trying that again. Because he can follow me and fall, but he can follow me. Falling right back into his old pattern. Okay. So much easier. Okay. I'll just remember not to aggravate the stealthy. Remember not to try to lure him up, because that isn't a guaranteed win. Looks like a couple of those bloodstains have faded, and there are a couple new ones, so a couple people have already died to this guy.
Yeah, that guy is like... That guy is a beginner's threat.
I know I'm going a little bit over scheduled time, but I really want to be able to survive that next boss. So... Just have to beat him a couple more times, and I'll be able to level up again. This time I'm going to put it in... Well, actually, I'm going to put everything into intelligence until I hit 24. Just kidding. I'll probably put something into body. Or vigor. Vigor is the one.
Vigor, you need some health.
Yeah. And this is a lot faster than going through those smaller guys. And a lot safer, too.
Yes.
Pull up. We'll do vigor for the next one. Faster I can farm this rune cow. And milk it for all its runes. The sooner he will become more of a chore than a hassle. So the recommended vigor for that first boss you said is 20, or the recommended vigor is 20?
Recommended vigor for early game is 20.
Okay.
You can do it with less, but...
No, it'd be easier to level up vigor now since I'm so far behind. You're right.
Hello.
Hello.
And they're gone.
Who was it?
Oh, they're back again.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Are you streaming or is this
Yes,
like,
yes, I'm streaming, and Rain Red is also here. So,
hi.
Belgium, say hi to Netherlands.
Hello.
Hello. I guess we can just start talking in Dutch.
Might be a bit impolite.
Maybe.
I know. Impolite, maybe. Funny, also.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, but
That means that, like, people on stream also have these two random people talking through it in a different language.
I mean, it could be entertaining, but no, I'm not gonna do it.
Once again, I apologize for thinking you two are from the same country.
It's fine. We've been colonized by everyone at this point.
It's practically the same.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Don't worry. I mean, it would have been a bigger insult if you thought we were the French.
No, I never make that mistake. Okay, we are at 1,795 runes. Next. I'm grinding in Elden Ring right now.
Yes, the grind.
Yes, the slow, tense build-up to levels that I probably should have put into my health instead of my magic.
No, everything into magic. If you kill it before it damages you, you don't need health.
That's the problem. He can't kill things before they damage him, and he doesn't know how to dodge.
This is Elden Ring. It's a Dark Souls-like game, and I did it wrong because I don't know how to dodge, exactly as Red said.
So you start by rolling out of the way.
Well, that's the problem. A lot of attacks you have to dodge into because otherwise they will still hit you.
Yes. You're gonna die.
Oh,
hey, die.
Currently, we're not going to die because we're standing somewhere that they can't hit us.
Ah, you're cheesing it.
Yes, we're cheesing it. It's not a boss or anything, but we're cheesing it.
It's not a boss, but the damn thing is good for 400 runes each time you kill him. And very easy to pull off and very easy to reset.
Speaking of, 2,195 runes, reset.
My brain is currently getting used to the fact that I have shaven, and it's like, you now no longer have stuff on your face.
Oh wait, you shaved?
Yeah.
Hold on. The stream won't be able to see this, but go ahead and turn your camera on real quick. Oh,
I look like a baby.
I'm sorry. I know how much you loved your facial hair.
Like, it's one of those, you know what, fuck it moments.
Yeah, I'm guessing work got after you about it?
Oh no, not at all. I was just like, you know what, fuck it. I want to do one of my old characters, and he does not have facial hair, so.
Oh god, that's a good motivation.
It will grow back.
Yeah, eventually. And the thing is, now I can use my corset again and actually do one of my gender bends.
Hey. But yeah, so Red, you saw the video from NPC Risk Strategy Team. This is Lucky. They played the Bard Zandriel, and I don't remember what Gabriel's class was.
Zealot Barbarian.
Zealot Barbarian.
The man who can't die because he accidentally pushed the priest down the stairs.
He pushed the wrong priest.
I mean, it was a priest of Persephone. What did you expect?
I mean, yeah, they can be a bit handsy, so...
That game still sounds like something that would absorb far too much time.
Yeah, I mean, cosplay is fun, but when you get in detail as much as some people get, oh good lord.
Or are like me and will absolutely overdo it every single time.
I totally didn't write a backstory of 9 pages. No, not at all.
I would be the type that would create a character, create a cosplay, and like actually like learn something like gymnastics or, you know, fire breathing or some stupid shit for a TikTok.
Fair.
Sounds like a plan.
Well,
Not a good plan, but a plan nonetheless.
Red has done amateur fire breathing with very, very dangerous materials, if I might add. I'm still not happy about it.
I mean, fire is a very dangerous material.
No, I'm like, what she used in order to do it. Do you want
to... Just some lighter fluid.
No!
It's just slightly toxic. Slightly.
I mean, so was my axe, but... Sorry. That's a bad joke.
I did that in real life. Same thing as I actually taught myself sword swallowing, which is actually nowhere nearly as difficult as it sounds.
Yeah, which is weird. I haven't done it yet.
Try practicing with something a bit thinner than a sword and something that isn't a sword, but like the trick to sword swallowing is you shouldn't swallow. That's actually the weird part about it. The moment you swallow is when you get hurt.
Yeah, you basically have to open up your throat. I am not going to say the sentence that was after that, but okay.
Yeah.
And just slide it in, because that's basically what it is.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you gotta take it nice. No.
Sounds worse than it is. Trust me.
Yes, it does sound worse than it is.
It would make for a nice TikTok, but I do think you have to put on the "this is a trained professional, do not try this at home" kind of hat.
Oh, you have to do that with a lot of things that are even safe with TikTok.
Yeah. You just have to do that with TikTok, period.
Yeah.
I have no idea how to turn on that tag.
You don't. The algorithm assigns it if it thinks what you're doing is dangerous and has decided it's worth keeping up.
Okay, good to know that I don't have to do that myself.
But you do have to put the text on the screen, warning emoji, fake this, warning emoji, and or warning emoji, trained professional, warning emoji.
All of the warnings.
What's a warning emoji?
It's a giant yellow triangle with an exclamation point in the middle of it.
Yeah, I don't think that on my phone I've ever touched the emotion section.
Yeah.
Wait, there are emotions?
Yeah. I mean, I can barely type on a phone, yet alone do the fancy stuff.
I was going to say and the fancy stuff.
Reset. Oh.
Second.
Okay, I think I have enough to level up.
Yeah, and you
Vigor is now
have...
10. Vigor is now 10.
That means you either have to grind for a very long time or get really, really good at the game. It's either one of those two now.
Yeah. I'm gonna grind, like, now that I've got at least Vigor 10, I'm gonna go ahead and try to get my intelligence up, because you said intelligence boosts magic damage, right?
Yeah, but your intelligence is at 22. Let's first get you some HP.
Okay, fine. I'll grind more vigor. I'll grind more vigor. Fine.
Get
I know,
get more intelligence, you coward.
but he can't dodge.
I can't dodge.
Then get good.
Yeah, I mean,
I am not to speak. I haven't played a Souls game in my entire life, except for like the first part of it.
I have. I've been having a lot of fun with Elden Ring, but it's kind of weird to see like Geronus's game because, for instance, in my case, one of the things I did was let's go to that zone you're not supposed to be in until mid to late game and like get some shit. I did some looting of high level zones, which give you a lot of stuff.
I never would have expected that.
Yeah, but the great thing about this game is like, the game doesn't stop you to go there. It just doesn't stop you.
Yes.
So that's always nice.
Also, my Zendriel cosplay is almost complete.
Ooh!
I was actually wearing a part of it already.
I'm gonna pretend I know who Zanrio is.
Zanriel is the bard.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's hard to be the bard.
Oh god, it's hard. It's hard. Jesus. Of all of the Broadway songs to now have stuck in my head, it's that one! Why? Lucky. Thank you. I needed that. Oh god. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just the right amount of cringe. Just the right amount of cringe.
Do not know that song.
It's... I don't remember the musical it's from, but it's Shakespeare singing about how it's hard to be the bard, and it's like a 90s rock ballad.
Yeah. Again, I've only seen like one musical in my entire life, so...
Yeah, fair.
I've seen, it's from the musical Something Rotten, a very new musical. But I actually, back in the early days of which I can barely remember anything, we went to school, yeah, obviously, but with our school we actually went to the musical of Dans der Vampiren, which is a pretty good musical, but it were the consequences that were where the story is going. So basically, during that musical, there is a part that actors come through the basically where you're sitting, and some people have the misfortune of getting scared. I was one of those people. I accidentally punched one of the extras.
That happens. Like, our school tried to take us to a musical, but seeing as somebody climbed up a rain pipe on the way there and like came down with it and like rain gutter and everything, it kinda got cancelled.
Cowards.
Yeah, it was a bit of an issue because the property that rain gutter belonged to was a monument. Imagine the bill.
So what I'm hearing is a run.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, school was in trouble for that one, so there went the budget.
Your school had a budget?
Our school had like a budget for like doing activities, and because of that kid actually causing 8,000 euros in damages, there went the budget. Because the insurance refused to pay it out because it was due to human error.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
Not the smart.
that was not the smart child of the class.
Really, I really thought that was the class A, the A class student that really was like, you know what, I'm going to fuck everyone over because they've been bullying me for a while. And considering we were not in America, we can shoot people.
No, that was the impulsive child. Like every single class is like this impulsive child that always gets into trouble.
Hi. Which was ironic because I was also the best child there.
I was the one that showed up, did crap all, and still passed every single test. So I was the one that everybody hated.
Oh yeah, same.
Which was fun.
Isn't this lovely?
I'm almost ready to level up again.
Did I give you a good safe grind spot?
You did give me a good safe grind spot. I can just stand here and wait until right before he turns around and start hitting him with glintstone. Pebble.
So what music is playing while you're grinding?
What music is playing while I'm grinding this? Just the generic soundtrack. It's... Hang on.
Is the joke going to land or not?
Timpanis, violin, cello, and a little bit of brass, actually. I don't know which brass instrument, but... There's a flute adding a single note as like an overtone, but I'm not paying that much attention because I'm trying to cheese this guy.
It's a FromSoft game. They surprisingly enough have access to a full orchestra for their game recordings.
Yeah. If my MacBook ever gets fixed, I have access to a full virtual orchestra, complete with different orchestral seating arrangements.
Nice.
But,
what's that program called?
It is the Orchestra 2 Complete. Basically, one of the big virtual instrument companies paid for different orchestras to come in and record each individual instrument from their ensemble in different seating arrangements to use as a virtual instrument. It's not as impressive as it sounds, to be fair, but it does have its uses.
In the meanwhile, I'm having fun with like the electric guitar VST that I bought.
Yeah, guitar VSTs are cool. I still don't know how to use them.
I am starting to get the hang of it. But I don't recommend you the one that I bought, because the one I bought is specifically made for metal.
Ow!
Might not be entirely your style.
I mean, it might be. You know I make experimental music, Red.
Yeah, but I do not recommend spending 150 euros on something to experiment with. It wasn't a cheap one.
Jeez. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
It is a good one, but it's a bit expensive.
Just a tad.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I believe I have Vocaloids more expensive.
Yeah.
Well, so
yeah.
It's not that expensive. I mean,
Yeah, Vocaloids are more expensive, but there's a reason for that. It's a human voice compressed into a tiny program that can be used to sing.
Yeah, but just for your ID, Hatsune Miku V4 bundle over here goes for €200.
Okay, that tracks.
The best fucking oof. A big fuck.
Okay, there we go.
It's a bit expensive. It also doesn't help that like the Netherlands taxes those products for 21%.
Because they're luxurious.
Yeah, and here comes the worst part. I have to pay import tax on top of that over a digital program. That never has to pass customs and never has to be shipped to me.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Netherlands.
Yeah, Belgium's not much better. Don't worry about that.
Oh yeah, I know. I used to live in the south, and I would on occasion go shopping in Belgium, only to also still be scared shitless by some prices.
Isn't this lovely?
I at least then had the luxury, because I was living at that very small part in the Netherlands, to go shopping in 3 countries in under the same day if I really needed some specific things.
Oh, you were from that part.
From that part, yes. Come to think of it, I actually went to school in Belgium for about a year. Nowadays don't have that luxury anymore. I now live in the middle of the country.
The middle of the country.
Where everything is expensive because they know they can get away with it, because they know your nearest other option is 2 hours away.
And we would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you and your fucking prices.
Well, yeah. For us, where I live in the States specifically, where all of me live, we are 2 hours from the nearest Mac repair shop. We are 1 hour away from the nearest psychiatrist. And we're 30 minutes away from literally anything of any use. Like, the bare minimum. So, like, hearing you talk about how close how close together your country is always surprises me, Red. It always surprises me that I can continue to be shocked by something I already know. You know?
Yeah, I keep being shocked every single time you say, oh yeah, it takes like 3 hours to get to what we consider to be a basic necessity.
Yeah. It's like... It's really weird how spaced out everything is in the States. Like, in the bigger cities, it's a little bit easier, but like... The medium-sized cities are so far apart, and the smaller cities are even further apart from each other. It's like, oh, God.
Yeah, but we kinda don't have a choice. We have to either bunch everything up, or start putting things in the fucking ocean. It's not like we have an option.
I mean, if the UK rejoins the European Union, then you might actually have... Okay, I'm at 11 vigor now.
I still hold the opinion the Netherlands should just build an additional island to like truck some shit up. Like, make an entire island full of like affordable social housing. Like a couple of shops. That should be doable.
I mean, yeah, I mean, your prince has spent more money on more frivolous things. I mean, your king. Sorry. Took me a moment. Because I was remembering that story you told me about the Prince of the Netherlands.
Oh, yeah, the king with the criminal record.
The only king with a criminal record in all of Europe.
I mean...
which he got when he was 16 by pulling some shit that just carried into his adult life. It was amazing.
What did he do?
Art chase.
This is a great story. He was always a bit of a rebellious teenager. And then one day he decided to take his mother's, back in the day the Queen of the Netherlands, state-issued car with a special license plate and went for a joyride. His mother, absolutely being fed up with his bullshit, just went to the police and reported the car stolen. Resulting in a closed-off highway, 2 entire police districts going after the bloke, helicopters in the air, and he ended up being arrested for that crap and resisting arrest, punching an officer in the face and everything. And then after all that, he still had the guts to call his mother with a question if she could bail him out. Which ended up with her just not doing it because, let's face it, if your child pulls shit like that, you're not bailing him out again. And then he actually did, I believe, 3 months, had to pay a 10,000 gulden fine, and was banned from driving for 6 years before he was even legally old enough to have a driver's license. And then his mother, on top of that, froze his funds and kicked him out of the house. So there he was, the Crown Prince of the Netherlands, basically being homeless. Yeah. So that happened, and that carried into his adult life. Because that was severe enough that didn't get erased when he turned 18. And his mother refused to pardon him.
Så jag säga, pardon?
Yeah. Which also leads to either his mother or his wife having to do certain state visits, because he can't get a visa for some countries.
Wow.
And he legally can't pardon himself.
Wow.
And then somehow, when you take a look at it, not the most scandalous royal in the entirety of Europe. Like, at least all his children are his. And he's like happily married. But yeah.
I mean, all I will say about Belgium is we don't talk about Congo. No.
The Netherlands doesn't talk about a lot of their history. I mean, it's not like the Netherlands were saints either.
What? Netherlands aren't saints? What? Never would have guessed.
Never would have guessed.
I think when you look at the grand scheme of things, every country has at least one thing they did wrong, or they did horribly wrong.
Yeah, what Belgium did start the apocalypse.
Yeah, and the Netherlands only introduced slavery to, like, the common person. And created capitalism.
Of course, they created... Nothing good comes out of the Netherlands.
God.
I wish I had something to say against it, but I kinda agree. I mean...
But you cause vicious mockery on the entire country, apparently.
I'm trying to think of something fun in the Netherlands. I'm actually struggling. We have some pastries that are nice, but that's about it.
We have fries.
We have those too. Those were luckily imported.
Yeah,
We have waffles.
Yeah, so do we. But,
I love listening to you struggle to come up with the one good thing to come from...
Red, you're forgetting one specific thing. We have Luxe waffles.
Yeah, they are actually really good. What do we have that we're actually kind of better at?
Losing?
What?
Losing.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that either. Like, our sports teams have been relatively crap past couple of years, except for like the female teams. They like really do well.
mean, of course they do. They got the height advantage.
Yeah, but I can't really think of anything because it's not drinking alcohol, seeing as in Belgium you can start at 16 and over here it's 18. Like, some dumb idiot changed that.
Oh yeah, it's I've totally not been drinking since I was like 14.
Yeah, same goes for us, but like legally you can't do it unless you're now 18, which caused everybody that lives near a border to just go to Belgium or Germany to get piss drunk.
Of course.
So that's something. I can't say I really think the weather is better because I think the Belgian weather should be about equally shit as ours. I mean, you can't think it's better. What else do we have? It's not pea soup, because I hate pea soup.
Yeah, I can definitely understand why you wouldn't like pea soup.
It's a winter staple. I hate it.
All I'm hearing right now is, I hate it here, I hate it here, I hate it here.
To be fair, I think that's the sentiment shared amongst almost everyone in our generation about wherever they are.
I know that moving to Belgium or Germany isn't gonna fix it.
Wait, it doesn't. I very much know that it isn't.
I believe we have higher minimum wages.
Yeah, but you're also expensive as fuck.
Yeah, but we have ways around it, like the market is still a thing, which is still relatively cheap.
Yeah, we also sell markets.
You guys have Tompoes over there?
Have the what?
Tompoes?
Oh yeah, that about, yeah.
Okay, so can't flex with that.
I mean, of course you can. Ours is just better.
I haven't had one in like years.
Ah shit! I just died. I just died.
How do you do that?
I fell.
Okay, yeah. Come to think of it, like, I can't even say that schooling over here is better because half the children from like the south of the country are sent to Belgium or Germany for their education. Even I went to Belgium at some point. Because the education was both better and cheaper than in the Netherlands and had the same traveling distance.
Fair enough.
Like, what else was I supposed to do? It wasn't just like much cheap. It wasn't just like cheaper by a bit. It was like in Belgium it would be like 2,000 euros, and in the Netherlands it would like tip at like 8,000.
Yeah.
So, in that case, you go to Belgium.
Yeah, I lost about 1,000 runes from that fall.
You can get those back.
Yeah, that's just a good 3 times through this guy.
The only thing I can somewhat think of is that we have roads with less potholes in them.
That's a fair point.
That's like the only thing I can think about.
Yeah, your holes are indeed better.
What else do we have? I'm genuinely struggling. Yeah, no, that's about it. That's about literally all I can think about.
The roads. We found the one thing. The Netherlands has the roads.
Well, I do agree, you guys, your roads are better. But then again, we are used to walking over you guys anyway, so...
Doesn't matter. Like, come to think of it, the Netherlands is relatively shit, but I wouldn't want to move out of it either.
It's shit, but it's your piece of shit.
Yeah, because I know, for instance, Germany doesn't have a social system. If you lose your job, you're shit out of luck. They also don't have minimum wage yet. So, yeah.
Damn.
And then Belgium's social system, because of too many Dutch people hanging around in it, has just effectively banned Dutch people from using it. So can't do that either.
I mean, the moment you come and live here, you become Belgian.
Yeah, no, that isn't that easy actually. Because of too many Dutch people doing that. Legally becoming Belgium and then basically pissing off to Spain afterwards. So
Wait,
I can't do that anymore. Because Spain, the moment you go there with either a Dutch or a Belgian passport and go and live there, is a tax paradise. Mostly as in, you don't pay him.
Only.
So that's a thing. But I have to admit, yeah, the Netherlands is like ridiculously expensive. It's getting stupid.
Yeah. It do be like that sometimes. Ooh.
I'm gonna level up one more time. And then I'm going to try to take on that boss. I'm in danger.
And so I give it the full 20 seconds before he dies.
That would mean he would break his record.
Yeah. Not gonna lie. Yeah. 100%.
Like, the boss could just one-shot him the previous time. With like a regular attack.
And for some reason, nobody's set up a multiplayer spawn right outside the gate like the last boss. So,
again, it was there, but I play offline, which means I play by different rules.
Yeah, well, it wasn't there this time, so...
You play by rules?
Yeah, not entirely. I mean, I did bend the game over backwards and broke it, so...
Yeah, I mean, that would happen with higher level gear and stuff.
To quote one of my friends, bend it like a willow.
Oh.
I believe over here it's bended like a bitch. It's, we might have to adapt to Belgium phrasing.
It actually is someone from the Netherlands that said that phrase, which is the irony of it.
Okay, then I don't know it. That means they're a bit politer than I am.
Oh no, the thing is, the reason for it was it was like on the LARP, and it was like a magic school LARP, and well, yeah, magic school LARPs.
Magic school LARPs.
I have no experience with LARPing. I wanted to go one time, and like 2 days beforehand, I got the flu and was like sick for 4 days.
Okay, I've got...
damn.
Looks like I've
and
got
then COVID struck, and in the Netherlands, like, events are still not fully back up.
Well, if you, in June there is an event that I'm going to go to. It's called Merlin Emirates College. It's a wizard school LARP. And that's where
I'm working. I don't have any days off in summer. I am working.
That's right. That's your busy season, isn't it?
What season?
Like summer's when like a whole bunch of stuff happens, isn't it?
Yeah, usually.
Usually, except for in the Netherlands, where we have basically an anime or a Comic-Con convention on a monthly basis at this point.
We have like 2 or 3 conventions a month now.
Yeah, in the Netherlands too. We have like a lot of things. It's just, I have work, and I'm kind of broke.
Yeah, I'm just smiling here and working 9 to 5, and Monday to Friday.
Okay, so this comes to another fundamental misunderstanding. What is it that you do, Lucky?
I actually work in a gemology laboratory. I like
See,
I finished
I
the
thought
certificates.
I thought you did something else, and that's why I was like, okay, I need clarification because I realized I was probably wrong about that, since I was wrong about what country you were from.
What did you think I did?
I thought you said you helped set up booths at, like, Comic-Cons and stuff, but I think... Was that just volunteer stuff you were doing, then?
Yeah, that is volunteer stuff I do.
Okay, gotcha. So what is it that you actually do? Repeat that one more time.
I work at a gemological laboratory. I basically work with gemstones, diamonds, and I finish them off with like the certificates.
Okay. So you basically go through the approval process. You're someone who goes through the approval process for gemstones.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Huh. Glad that's cleared up. But yeah, Red, you said you volunteered at some comic conventions too, right?
Yeah, I did, because it would get me a full weekend ticket for free. And I was a bit too broke to attend otherwise.
Yeah, that's also the reason why I volunteer, because I'll sooner too broke. I mean, to be fair, that's no longer a problem, but I still go volunteering because, like, I'm part of the Belgian Potterheads, which is basically Harry Potter fans on steroids.
Fair.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, like one of my friends is the admins, is an admin, and I'm like, yeah, I got your back, buddy.
Yeah, no.
Actually, I should probably be heading to bed, considering I need to be up in 5 hours, going to move, and
go to sleep, Lucky.
and the funny thing is, after that, I'm going to do some extra hours at work because I volunteered, and that's basically double pay.
Go to sleep.
True, weekends are fun. Like, working weekends pays extra. Unfortunately, my job does not allow for that. So.
Hello, sadness, my old friend. Anyway, I'm gonna go.
Go to sleep.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Yeah, have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Night,
Bye.
Lucky. I mean, so, yeah, now, I apologize for being misinformed. And now we are both properly informed on what Lucky does.
Yep.
Yay.
He has a fancy job. He probably actually finished school.
I mean, to be fair, your job ain't no slouch either.
Yeah, no, but it's underpaid and it's a lot of hard work.
Fair. I never did ask, what does Kazuya do on the days that they aren't streaming / on the days they work?
He works for a company that makes machines for cleaning and sorting eggs.
Okay.
And he is one of the machine builders.
Okay.
Like, this part of the Netherlands is known for its chickens and its large egg production. And that's about the only company in the entire world that can produce machines for sorting, cleaning, and packaging eggs.
Okay. Gotcha.
So that's what he does.
I mean, I work at a McDonald's, so... So, like, that makes sense to me. Like, there has to be, like, some quality assurance purposes stuff. Summon the wolves!
Yeah, but yeah. Working at a McDonald's, is it any fun or does it suck?
It sucks.
Okay, good to know. Like, over here they're struggling to find employees, so... Nobody wants to work for them anymore.
Well, I'm not getting one-shotted!
Good. And your damage output is slightly better.
Emphasis keyword on the slightly.
Yeah.
Damn it! 20
What a
seconds! I didn't even make it 20 seconds! Ah!
One of the problems you're having though is that the wolves are dying a bit fast still.
Oh, yeah, and I don't know where to
You
get the...
ideally want them to make it all the way down to the second phase.
Yeah, I have no idea where to get the items for them, though.
In catacombs.
In the catacombs?
Yeah, I do not recommend those. There are also other options, which are hunting down spirit jellyfish. Also, I'll be right back.
Spirit jellyfish? I actually know where I can find a few of those.
Alright, I'm back.
Okay, I do, however, know where to find a few of those. So, the spirit jellyfish?
Yeah, they live there-ish. Yeah, here's me saying they live over there and like pointing at my screen, which really helps you out. But the spirit jellyfish have a chance, be it a tiny one, to drop any of the gloves words of any tier. Because you have different tiers, you now need a tier 2 one to upgrade your wolves further. And the spirit jellyfish do respawn. Be careful of the skeletons, you actually have to hit those when they're laying down on the ground and they start glowing. Otherwise you cannot kill the skeletons. And yeah. So good luck grinding. Also the jellyfish aren't really that dangerous and they do give off... After you're done with that you should have a fair amount of runes.
Okay, none of the jellyfish dropped it, so I'm guessing that I'll just... Oh! I missed one jellyfish.
Yeah. Also, there are actually quite a lot of jellyfish. Like... That entire plateau should be full of them.
So, how do I get Grave Glovewort 2? Do I have to, like, craft it? Or...
Oh, be lucky if one of the jellyfish drops it.
Oh boy. Okay.
It's that or deal with the imps. And I can guarantee you, those imps two-shot me, yet alone you.
Fair. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go to that bigger horde of jellyfish first. This time, instead of where I normally go. Huh. Okay. I think I might have found a good perch to try to snipe them from, if I can get on top of it. Good old Skyrim climbing.
Yeah.
Huh. Let's go ahead and... Flasks. Allocate charges. Okay. quite. Didn't drop anything. Huh. Well, didn't get it that time either. So, with that, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day. We're more than an hour and a half past our scheduled end time. We almost made it to 5 hours, 30 minutes on the dot. So with that, ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between, everyone exempt, everyone floating violently between the extremes, be safe, be well, and for multiforms like myself, stay safe out there. Have a good rest of your night. Okay, Red, we're back.